АЗС в Новой Каховке Херсонской области. Убит ее оператор. Ранены 4 человека. Среди них беременная женщина. Удар был также нанесен по селу Старая Сбурьевка, где погибла женщина 1941 года рождения. Нацистов она тогда пережила, а неонацистов, как показывает, событий нет. 12 января ВСУ вновь открыли огонь по Новой Каховке. В результате была уничтожена еще одна автозаправка, поврежден расположенный рядом продовольственный магазин. 9 января город Каменка-Днепропетровской Запорожской области при обстреле ВСУ погибло 2 женщины.
Killed by the strike on the morning on January 3rd, the
Светлодарску. В столице республики их целью стал торговый центр.
In the capital of the republic, there was an attempted The strike was made against the residential house. 2 women were killed, 8 injured, including a kid of 2008 birth year. On the 9th of January, the Russian Human Rights Commissioner, Tatiana Moskalkova, claimed that 500 Kursk locals were found missing. However, we know what Medvedev are doing. And what is also telling is the confession by a captive fighter. He confessed that he got detailed instructions on the questioning and how he should eliminate locals. The lists are to be compiled into a list of those who were captive, who were held hostage by these bandits who made their offensive to the Kursk region. But there will be punishment for all these crimes. Russian courts continue to convict Ukrainian nationalists and mercenaries. 25 years imprisonment. That was the sentence by to the commander of the Azov regiment, Denis Prokopenko. He made an order to have artillery shellings of residential houses in the DPR. 6 to 13 years of imprisonment. This was the sentence made to Belgian and American mercenaries, Jadmer Hussein and Alexander Turbasin. All of them are having an international warrant. The investigation has been completed for fighters Nikolai Teshkorov, Alexander Plaksivin, and Sergei Pogromsky and Vladimir Одиночkin. All of them are under arrest. The case and criminal investigation was started against other fighters. They are convinced of terrorist attacks in the Kursk region regarding Russian servicemen and the civilians. All of them were detained and put under arrest. The court also received a case of the Latvian citizen Zigmars Ronins. He was charged with hostilities. Following the investigation, there were charges pressed against Igor Vainin and Andrei Bogdan from 2016 to 2019. From 2019-2020, they were heading the administration of the Ukrainian president. They were part of the National Security and Defense Council of Ukraine. Turned out that they were involved in the decisions to shell settlements in Donbass. They killed and wounded 123 persons, including 11 children. They destroyed over 390 civilian infrastructure facilities. Calls to kill Russians is something that made grounds to imprison the mayor of Dnepropetrovsk, Boris Filatov. According to the Russian Investigative Committee, since 2014, 6,125 criminal charges were pressed. 481 persons were sentenced to jail. Out of them, 60 persons got life imprisonment, given the severity of their crimes. Law enforcers of Russia continue to bring Ukrainian nationalists to justice for their war crimes and other crimes. Regarding Western so-called assistance to Ukraine. These are in December 2014. Biden administration mounted the speed of weapon supplies to Ukraine. They tried to use the budget that remains, namely 61 billion USD. The White House openly said that they seek to do their utmost to ensure hostilities next year. In early January, Washington proudly announced that it was able to send
боеприпасов, тысячи различных ракет и сотни единиц
hundreds of munitions were provided. On 9th of January in Germany, Lloyd Austin presided over the session in Ramstein. The atmosphere resembled a farewell ceremony. After that, head of the American Defense Agency even doubted that there will be a follow-up to this contact group. The outcome came as a disappointment to the Kiev regime. It showed its frustration by the look of it. He counted that appetites would be met in the military area, but this has not happened. The so-called allies on both sides of the Atlantic were tired of endless demands by Ukraine. Obviously, their stocks had its limits. We see lamentations by NATO. They see that the weapons are in short supply. For them, they had to think for themselves. Europe is frustrated by the intention of Donald Trump to shift costs for Europeans for the needs of the Ukrainian armed forces. Even the US, during the Ramstein, failed to make the Kiev puppets happy. They just limited themselves to a modest package of 500 million USD. According to Voice of America, Washington failed to use some 3.8 billion USD before Biden leaves, and this is according to media outlets in the US. And now these funds will be used by the new presidential team. It is noteworthy that in the lead-up to the Ramstein session, Pentagon coordinator on military supplies to Ukraine has resigned. Why do we have these hiccups in assistance to Kiev? Well, the Americans don't care them. What they care about is their benefit. On January 9th, Lloyd Austin said that the conflict in Ukraine allowed the US to invest 70 billion USD to develop its own military and industrial sector. Do the rank-and-file citizens of Ukraine understand that or not? The priorities of handlers of Ukraine were set in a crystal clear way. Ukrainian citizens were made a sacrifice so that somebody in the US could fill his pockets. Another tonality, reckless tonality, was seen in the statement of Western officials. On January 10th, the High Representative of the EU for Foreign Affairs, Kaja Kallas, boasted that the EU was ready to take the lead in supporting Kiev if the US stops providing military assistance to it. By the look of it, this came as no surprise to anyone. Some officials in the EU entities even started seeing ghosts of the Cold War. They started talking about some kind of inevitable expansion of Russia. Allegedly, it wants to subdue the whole European continent. It is surprising. On January 13th, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte even made as far as stating that in a couple of years' time, the EU nationals will have to learn Russian if they do not mount the defense budget to the level of 10% to the GDP. I would like to provide you with a specific quotation, because that is something insane, and I quote, "If we, namely NATO, do not do that, in 4 or 5 years' time we'll have to learn Russian or to go to New Zealand." I'm just curious to know, don't you think that it's a bit offensive for New Zealand to hear such an attitude? Frankly speaking, I do not know what is more appalling in Rutte's statement. Is it his lies about Russia's expansion or nationalism, not only with regard to us, but also to New Zealand? Well, somebody should tell Rutte that the Europeans are already under the foreign rule, namely the American bases are there, just like American nuclear weapons. It is stationed in the territory of European countries. They have no access to it whatsoever, no control of it. Here also are the instructions of what kind of gas they should buy, what kind of infrastructure facilities they should destroy. For quite some time, the US has been calling the shots for the Europeans. Russia only wants one thing: to alleviate the security threats for our country. On the 14th of January, Foreign Minister Lavrov said in his press conference that we are ready to discuss security guarantees to the country that is currently called Ukraine, or to the part of the country that so far has not ensured its self-determination, unlike Crimea, Donbass, and Novorossiya. Let us take a look at what is happening, at what little remains in the country that used to be prosperous, that withdrew from the Soviet Union in good health, and currently it is witnessing its own collapse due to Anglo-Saxons. The Kiev regime continues a fight against the sacred memory on the feet of Soviet liberators. On the 27th of December, Ukrainian banderas put down the golden stars of Moscow and Minsk, hero cities, as well as their Latin names. The same days, in the Kiev region, upon the decision of local authorities, these are no unknown, unidentified gangsters. We're talking about local authorities. They have dismantled the wall carving that was awarded to many thousands of Ukrainians. On the 9th of January, Ukrainian media reported that neo-nationalists destroyed the monument for radio operator Lebedeva and the monument to tankers that liberated Akhtarka from Nazist occupation. True, they liberated it from Nazi occupation, but neo-Nazi occupation came back. Many tombstones were also destroyed, and they put to the place where there was the base of Hitler, Werwolf, near the Vinnytsia. What is that? Well, we can call it blasphemy, but I don't think it's blasphemy anymore. When we're talking about blasphemy, it is something that is inherent to people, and probably there is a chance for repentance there. But that is something that is deeply anti-humane. What Zelensky regime has been doing with the encouragement of Western mentors, that is beyond the human understanding, and it cannot be justified.
And we perfectly understand that such attempts have already been in the history of humankind to cancel everything that is humane, to cancel the humankind, but a new generation of Banderites will not succeed. They will not erase the historic memory But just have a look how they're doing their best to do that. They demolish monuments to the true heroes of Ukraine, and they fought Nazism not in vain, but they will erect the monuments to their new heroes instead. In Slavyansk, occupied by the Banderites in the DPR, they hung the posters of Bandera. Who is Bandera? He is a fascist and Nazi henchman. There was a torch procession, a march, but no humanitarian organization noticed that. And in Lviv, the street named after Irina Ferion was inaugurated. She was known for her misogynistic, Russophobic calls, and she called for banderizing the biomass of the east of Ukraine. So now she is a hero in Ukraine. And a competition has been announced for the best poem and song honoring Bandera by Ivano-Frankivsk mayor. So they sold their souls, literally. So I call on all our compatriots, our citizens, to participate in this competition for the best poem about Bandera. Just write what you think about Bandera. You can write humorous songs about Bandera, Shukhevich, and all those henchmen. It's a unique opportunity. We will participate and we will present it to you. So now about foreign mercenaries, we hear such caring words from different capitals of unfriendly regimes who find out that their citizens have died in combat somewhere in Ukraine. They start asking questions, how that happened, where were you all those years, where have you been when we made calls to stop recruiting your own citizens? What was done through Ukrainian embassies mainly? You thought it was normal. Now the British Guardian media outlet, citing Azov commander, reported attempts of its militants to add to its troops English-speaking mercenaries, and the media outlet noticed the death of 15 British mercenaries from the start of the conflict. But it was not mentioned by British officials at all. Why should the British press only draw attention to that? This is the fate of the majority of the foreign soldiers of fortune, because 15,000 mercenaries from 115 states arrived in Ukraine from February 2022. Now 1.9 thousand people from them remain. About 6.8 thousand mercenaries have been killed. About 6.4 thousand fled to their motherlands, and this is again the proof of the relevance of a special military operation to denazify and demilitarize Ukraine, and all of its objectives will definitely be fulfilled. Just have a look what is happening on the international arena, because the Kiev regime noted the membership in full-fledged membership in the International Criminal Court. But this country, it has lost its legitimacy at all. Completely lost, because they do not have an understanding what laws they have, they obey. People are just slaughtered by Zelensky and his Western curators. So this country will present its candidates in the International Criminal Court, so-called court. They cannot even present officials for their diplomatic service. But now they will send judges to the ICC, now allocating budget. I believe they will participate there because as there is budget, representatives of the Kiev regime will appear. It's also an opportunity that would allow Kiev, as Kiev leadership now says, more moral rights to demand, to require prosecution of Russian citizens. But there is just one little detail that Bankova kept silence. But I will mention that there has been a declaration made on non-recognition of the ICC's jurisdiction over war crimes committed by Ukrainian nationals for 7 years. Non-recognition. So this completely controlled by the collective West structure. It will not have the authority over those war crimes. Those militants, they're just killing those Westerners, correspondents, journalists. Among Westerners, there are also victims of the Kiev regime. They might come to this ICC and request something, make some claims, so that should be avoided. We regard this as an intention of the Kiev regime to provide its military carte blanche for concealing grave war crimes, and it's contrary to the spirit and letter of the Rome Statute and the 2015 decisions of the ICC Assembly to rule out the possibility of such manipulative actions. I would like to note that all the attempts of the Kiev regime to avoid responsibility are doomed to failure. Ukrainian criminals guilty in international crimes will be prosecuted accordingly, and we mention that every week. Justice is already underway. So now this issue is not connected with Ukraine, but it's just if you look at it unattentively, because it's regarding the aviation ban, this so-called care of about the security of flights in the Russian sky. It's just cynicism, because it was the European Union that banned the shipments of spare parts from Russia, and their desire to destroy the Russian aviation. It was mentioned by the EU representatives just openly. And the European Union did not succeed in its tasks of anti-Russian sanctions policy. It's just made harm to its own aviation. Why do they need those recommendations? In order to use those dishonest methods in competition, and the Asian carriers who continue to use the Russian airspace through Trans-Siberian route system, they spend much less fuel time in their flights. But there is one very important issue. In the motivation of this structure, there is no word about, not a word about the most important thing. Flights over some regions of Russia. This ban is due to the terrorist methods of the Kiev regime attacking civilian infrastructure, also with the use of weapons produced for Western money or EU money supplied from there. Why did they not mention that? And of course, the fantastical story, for several years, there has been the so-called observatory to teach history in Europe. And this structure has initially been created to collect and to provide regular thematic reports on teaching history in all the member states. This project aimed at exchange of best practices and mutual learning and foster resilience in the face of manipulation and distortion of history to help promote peace and dialogue. It's a quote. But since 2022, this organization has been increasingly carrying out an experiment in the Ukrainization of everything connected with Russia. Ukraine became its member in June 2024, and the sponsor of that was France. It's just playing along with the Kiev regime in order to create a myth on the glorious past of Ukraine, not connected with Russia in any way. Some decisions that are just satirical in their form are taken more and more often. And the participants in those events, they just cannot guess. They are not aware of that. In December, there was an event titled History in Crisis, ? What crisis are you talking about? All the monuments have been demolished in Western Europe. No monument, no problem, as they think. In that event, the Kiev representatives once again requested to rewrite the EU school books and to include the information about outstanding Ukrainians that contributed to the development of the European civilization. So who are those outstanding Ukrainians? In the list presented by Deputy Minister of Education Vinitsky, it was pleasant to see Igor Sikorsky, an air constructor, and a missile constructor, Sergei Korolov. The Zelensky regime is trying to pass off as, so to say, outstanding Ukrainian figures. The creator of the Soviet and Russian long-range aviation and Soviet ballistic long-range missiles. So just grotesque forms. There was also a statement by Gritsak, director of the Institute for Historical Studies of Ivano Franco National University. So I would repeat, it's the director of the Institute for Historical Studies. He said that Ukraine, with Ukraine, Russia is the US, and without it, it's just Canada, end of quote. So if Russia is together with Ukraine, it's the United States of America, according to director of the Institute of Historical Studies of Lviv University, and without Ukraine, it's Canada. I will not be talking about geography, about history. I will talk about modern times. There is a question. Do they know in Canada that they are already Russia? And the second question, has Ukraine not mentioned that the US is just its idol? Do they not want to be similar, to turn into something similar to the United States of America? And this historian, he just provided a great recipe of turning Ukraine into America. So everything is mixed in those sick minds. And history is leading to that demolition of monuments, rewriting history books, nationalism. It leads to such ill perception of reality and of themselves. If it was some marginal figure, some mad person who published some mad stories on his social media account, I would not have paid attention to that. But it's done during the events held within the EU structures. It's the Council of Europe. This observatory was created by the Council of Europe. It's a declaration made under the auspices of the Council of Europe. Just think about that. We will have a close look, observe those activities to impose Russophobic theories. We will have a special section on our website, maybe, in order to regularly share with you such. I just can call it cringe meme. I'm actually against such words from foreign languages, but now it will be an exception for the Western public to understand how we estimate this pseudo-creativity of such allegedly historical structures. By the way, starting from the 1st of January 2025, Slovakia has become a full member of this structure, and its government honors the feat of the Soviet liberators. Maybe it will bring some dissonance to this anti-Russian chorus of rewriters of history. Maybe it will cause some changes. It's not some specific country. It's some historical alchemy. They are presenting that as science. Now about the situation in Moldova. I would like to mention that my comments today are a reply to another blatant Russophobic statement by Chisinau. A disastrous situation in social and economic sphere, energy crisis due to stopping Russian transit through Ukraine, its refusal of Kiev to prolong the contract for gas shipment and to settle its debt to Gazprom. They just continue to live in an alternative imagined reality, trying to pass responsibility for provoking energy crisis to our country. If something went wrong, of course, Russia is guilty of that. There were accusations against our country for allegedly using the Transnistrian residents. They characterized the Russian world as, quotation, cold, hunger, abyss, and darkness. Cold, hunger, abyss, and darkness. It's what the residents of Moldova and Transnistria received as a result of the Chisinau government policy. Power outages. Many people suffered that, with the exception of government officials, I think. People are heating their residential houses with wood. And there are many illnesses due to hypothermia. It's in Europe of 21st century.
Moldovan social networks discuss actively utilities bills. On January 9th, Prime Minister of Moldova assured that there will be no reasons to increase tariffs, but turns out that he cynically lied. A person could make such a mistake. He was making a deliberate lie. The next day, updated tariffs for energy and heating were published. They increased by 75%. Is Russia to blame? No. It is Sanders' policy. Inflation and consumer prices are on the rise, while costs while revenues remain the same or decreased, and this is confirmed by official data. Against this backdrop, on January 9th, President Sandu visited a number of cities in the country, allegedly to show herself, to show her solidarity with Moldovans, to talk about European agenda, but it all went wrong, not according to a plan, as is usually the case with her. Locals rebuked her for peanuts as a pension, for high utility costs, and for no jobs. They also asked her to get away to Chisinau. Maybe some conclusions were drawn. No conclusions were drawn whatsoever. At all costs, they try to push, squeeze, by all means, squeeze the country into the Procrustean bed of the so-called European project, or something will be squeezed. They continue to purge the information space of Moldova. On the 19th of December, they adopted a decision to recall licenses of 3 TV channels and 2 radio stations. Democracy is on the march in Moldova. Claiming it brings national legislation in line with the EU norms, the Ministry of Infrastructure and Regional Development raised something on the public discussion, namely a bill to ban the work of air companies from 22 countries, including Russia. Let me remind you that since 2022, a direct air communication with Russia has been halted. Many citizens of the country and tourists have to use stopovers in Yerevan and Istanbul to come to Moldova. Failed outcomes of Chisinau Euro integration supporters resemble national protests, and they are all too logical. You can rule the country if you love the people, but we see that the history is rewritten. They want to cancel everything Moldovan, the language, national identity, history, cultural identity, and the sense of national decency. The aspirations and feelings of people are of no concern to the authorities in Chisinau. They have an order, they have a task that they are implementing. Certainly, that is something that has been ordered for the authorities in Chisinau to do. Everybody forgets that if you follow this line, if you blindly follow the instructions of Western mentors and you spend much time in the European institutions, if you swear allegiance to bureaucracy in the EU, then the result will be depressing. Unfortunately, that is happening in Moldova. Many asked me to comment on another piece of news. A ceasefire agreement between Israel and the Gaza Strip was reached. Given under the agreement, this agreement shall be put in place on January 19th, and hostilities shall be stopped in the Gaza Strip, and gradual withdrawal of forces of Israel from Gaza shall start. Humanitarian aid shall be supplied. This was made possible thanks to thorough and meticulous work of Qatari and other mediators. Diplomatic efforts shall be praised. At the final stage, representatives of the new U.S. administration also engaged in discussions. From day one of the Gaza crisis, we were pushing for ceasefire and for providing humanitarian assistance to all those in need. Unfortunately, all attempts to adopt a meaningful resolution in the UNSC were blocked by the United States. The Biden administration took a lopsided, unconstructive stance on this matter. We are hopeful that this arrangement will be implemented, which will stabilize the situation in Gaza and will bring about conditions for the return of all IDPs and the work will start to rebuild the Gaza Strip. Those who are released, namely Israeli hostages, will reunite with their families, and we do hope that Russian citizen Alexander Trufanov will also be among them. We raised an issue for him to come back home immediately during our contacts with Hamas leadership, and we do hope that these arrangements will be an important practical step in the long-term stabilization between Israel and Palestine. It will also create preconditions to stabilize the situation in the Middle East at large. We hope that this arrangement will bring about all the necessary conditions for a comprehensive political settlement of the Palestinian issue, building upon the international legal framework. The ultimate goal is to establish an independent Palestinian state with the capital of Eastern Jerusalem that would live in peace and security with Israel. We are convinced that there is no reasonable alternative to this approach. Only the implementation of this two-state solution endorsed by the UNSC and UN General Assembly will help the people in the Middle East to disrupt this vicious cycle of violence and to establish durable peace. Let me also draw your attention to the publication at the Foreign Ministry website on January 15th. Mikhail Bogdanov, Deputy Foreign Minister, had a telephone call with Deputy Representative of the Political Bureau of Hamas, and previously he had contacts with the representatives of Hamas abroad. The Palestinians expressed their appreciation for the Russian efforts to ensure legitimate rights of the Palestinian people, our position for a just solution to the Palestinian question. They shared their expectations regarding the agreement that has been stricken. That's something that I've mentioned. The Russian side reaffirmed its interest in releasing Mr. Trufanov, a Russian citizen. We do hope that other requests, humanitarian requests of Russia, will also be taken into account. They were previously delivered to the Hamas leadership. We will follow the developments thoroughly and carefully. A couple of words on something that was made public. I'm talking about violent murders against civilians. This was made by NATO during their occupation in Afghanistan from 2001 to 2021. According to British media outlets, during a classified investigation, former officer of the British Security Special Services recognized that the Special Air Service of the UK basically had a green light to kill Afghans. The victims were teens under 16. Doesn't it resemble something to you? That is basically the same thing as the Kiev regime does, and they do it at the cost of Anglo-Saxons for their money. This terror is carried out not only to sow terror among the Afghan population, but for the fun of it. And that is the most atrocious part. There were inhumane raids of the US and British combat aviation, and during such raids, they deliberately bombed not military facilities or rebel camps, but civilian facilities and events. I'm talking about weddings and funerals. All too often, we heard that during another raid, there were airstrikes of wedding processions, for instance. After that, NATO leadership said that they made a mistake. They thought that this was just a crowd of bandits, but turns out that they didn't make a mistake, they just did it for fun. The crimes during the US and NATO Afghan campaign repeated the lawlessness of Anglo-Saxons during the aggression against Iraq and Libya. We pay tribute to those reporters, including in the West, who try to keep the focus of attention on the war crimes by the US and its satellites. We also welcome the commitment of the Afghan authorities. They promised not to hide the facts of the so-called operation. Many can ask whether it's just a case, an independent, separate case. Well, it can be that, but the difference is that the authorities that made such instructions to have these missions abroad, the Western authorities either could confess to these crimes and they should bear responsibility and punish those who committed these crimes, or they keep saying that they were sowing democracy on their bombers, or they can make their excuses. They can say that they confess, or they cannot do that, and they keep on insisting on their vision of this totalitarian truth, the US and British-style truth. That's the difference. We urge once again Washington, London, their NATO allies not to cover up for military criminals. We demand that all culprits should be brought to justice. By the way, they learn nothing. You see, there is a whole NATO-EU campaign to hype on anti-Russian hysteria over the Baltic Sea facilities destruction. Let me specifically talk about that. This groundless accusations against our country in the highly likely style has long become a main tactics and strategy of the West. At the same time, they do not burden themselves to create some kind of pretext. There has been no proof given to the international public. The West tried to find a kind of a Russian trace during the recent damage of telecommunications and power cables in the Baltic Sea. Authorities in Finland, Estonia, and other EU states are hasty in describing what has happened as a subversion and as actions by the so-called Russian shadow fleet. These are ghosty claims against our country that are normally voiced before all the proof is collected. The speed is admirable, as they stubbornly ignore any investigation regarding Nord Stream 1 and 2. I'm talking about crimes against these pipelines. That is an outright hypocrisy. For more than 2 years, there has been a non-investigation. Non-investigation, that's how I would like to put it, of the explosion at the civil facilities in Nord Stream 1 and 2. At the same time, they immediately put the blame on Russia regarding what's happened in the Baltic Sea, the telecommunication and power cable. Immediately, the European Commission was brought on board, just like the whole European Union. It has not participated in identifying the culprits and the circumstances of what happened with Nord Stream. This time, it is all different. The European Commission and the EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs immediately claimed that these developments call for additional measures against this so-called shadow fleet of Russia and to increase the EU critical infrastructure security. Isn't it that Nord Stream 1 and 2 were EU critical infrastructure, or is it a different thing? Biden said that he would destroy this project, and that's how the EU should have done. Naturally, the EU was joined by NATO. They used the situation to build up its military presence in the Baltic Sea. It could have resembled another act in the theater of the absurdity, were it not for other traits of a well-thought-through plan. The West continues to impose to the international community some myths about the dangerous vessels that service the interest of Moscow. They use multiple speculations on the true cause and effect relations, and they make the relevant conclusions. What is actually happening? It is quite clear what's happening. The real goal is to use all means to limit the export of Russian oil and to try to create pretext to limit the navigation in the Baltic Sea, given the speculation that it is turning into a NATO landlocked sea. The West cares about the end users only in name. They continue to disrupt global energy security. These double standards are notorious, or some kind of quasi-standards, or lack of standards whatsoever. The West uses this toolkit also with regard to the Kiev attacks against the booster station in the Krasnodar region. Incidentally, this booster station ensures gas supply via the Turkish stream. I have one question. Does the EU understand what is unfolding before the eyes of the whole international community? Or maybe they will call to order the Kiev regime, or call to order themselves, since the Kiev regime threatens the operation of infrastructure that ensures that Russian gas goes to certain EU member states. But Brussels does not rush to do that. It's much more interesting to hype on the story with telecommunication cable. You can show all your might. Instead of a principled assessment of the actions by the Kiev regime that it tries to strike the Turkish stream, instead of it, the EU confines itself to some vague statements that it is concerned about that, but allegedly the Kiev regime and the EU, well, the Kiev regime has not informed the EU about that, and it is not a strikes against energy. That is something completely different. But what is that then? It is just strikes on land or something. How can you not call it strikes against energy infrastructure? By the looks of it, one part of the EU is happy with that. It acts against the interests of its citizens. It's been doing it for many years and repeatedly, but the other side of the EU is simply, well, it doesn't really understand what's happening. They saw newspapers with these reports on telecom cables. They were distracted from urgent problems. They received this information bubblegum, and you should enjoy it. As for what really happens, you should know that. As for the economic repercussions, as is usually the case with the EU over the past years, let me say that they do not tell people during the global summits, they do not raise this issue altogether. What for? The European countries have long become victims of the Kiev reckless campaigns that Anglo-Saxons sponsor. And another case in point, certainly this is all extremely dangerous for the whole for the population of the EU, because we're not only talking about the double agenda of the EU, but we're talking about unscrupulous information manipulations to achieve targeted goals, not for the benefit of their population, but to serve the interests of Washington and London.
На днях
So literally lately, the media was exploded with the news that on the 14th of January, the news of excluding Cuba from the unilateral list of terrorism sponsoring states by the US. The decision will enter into force on the 2nd of March. So also the third section of Helms-Burton law is terminated. This law allows American and foreign citizens to sue in the US courts in order to return the illegally nationalized property nationalized by the Cuban authorities, and the memorandum is lifted to for banking finance operations with the Cuban organizations. So those steps are positive, but why is that so late? Just 4 days remain until the final Biden finally leaving the White House, the termination of his term. So the similarities are obvious. We remember that at the end of his stay in the White House, Obama did the same thing with regard to Cuba in order to write his name, to leave his name in history. So I would like to repeat that these steps are right, in the right direction, but they are not sufficient, absolutely not sufficient, taking into account that the major amount of such restrictions against Cuba are of extraterritorial nature and were adopted within the framework of illegal economic and trade blockade of Cuba by the US, tightened by Washington to the unprecedented level in recent years. And all that remains in force. The decisions of the American administration reflect the participation of Cuba in preventing terrorism. And the White House has notably admitted the lack of any evidence of alleged support of terrorism by Havana. It's just ridiculous, but actually it's very sad. So we hope that they will not adopt even tougher sanctions for economically stifling Cuba and changing the government there. And Russia, as previously, will manifest solidarity with the Cuban people in protection of the state sovereignty and immediately stand for immediate lifting of American embargo of Cuba. It's imperative, we think, because actually all the international community is unified in those requests to the US administration. So the steps taken by Biden administration just a couple of days before leaving the White House, let's hope it will not be a political manipulation, but it will be starting movement to the right direction in history. And it's fantastical. We will pass on to the issue that has pleased me. It's a confirmation of what we have mentioned in the last 10 years. So I mentioned that you will see the confirmation of our words. What the American digital platforms, IT giants were engaged in, together with the American special services. We cited many facts. You asked questions. It's very good that Russia has initiated a whole range of documents addressed the international community, and it was right. They're trying just to make confessions, just crazy confessions in interviews. The heads of IT corporations, IT monopolies, after the policy vector changed in the US due to Trump election, in recent weeks, a remarkable tendency is gaining momentum. American IT corporations that totally control the digital space in their countries and who are global monopolists actually, and partly they control the agenda, information media agenda in the world. It's a significant part, of course. They are often called big tech. It's information technological empire. And just before the Trump inauguration, they publicly expressed their allegiance to the future administration. And if it was just cited 5 years ago, 4 years ago, many tragedies in the world could have been avoided, because these are just very significant decisions for the world. By London, taken by London, Washington, what influences them? It's just not interesting that millions of dollars were sent to inauguration fund of Trump. It includes a number of platforms. It's just petty things. It's policy. Someone will say it's just beastly hypocrisy, but it's present in the United States, inevitably present. Google said that they gladly support the 2025 inauguration, will broadcast it on YouTube, post a link on the main page of the search engine. They will do the opposite thing of what they have been doing in recent years. And they will pay extra. They will change their policy, but they will pay extra in order for everyone to be glad, to be pleased. But I think it's petty issues. Of more relevance is another thing. Just remember how those IT giants together just yesterday, they imposed the neoliberal values to the entire world. How they used to protect the vocabulary of their users by citing the rules of the community with ultra-liberal ideas. They blocked on multiple occasions those who refused to accept that extremism. They just announced major changes in their policy. It's not they have stopped being blind. It's the liberal agenda starting to become weaker. It has found itself an impasse, and our country was the flagship, and started telling about that many years ago. So let us fix the most important issue. The secret has been revealed of internal mechanisms of censorship, manipulations in information with the participation, direct participation of the administration of the White House. It has been cited for tens of years in our country. It was ridiculed. Doubts were expressed in the United States of America. And no U.S. researcher, no one, just several exceptions, no U.S. newspaper, no TV channel investigated this issue No one. We spoke about segregation of users online connections with American special services. Everyone knows that. It's just an open secret. We expressed that from on the official platforms, international organizations. What the European media, American media called Russian propaganda, actually it has turned out to be the truth. It was a routine of those US media companies being connected, their media establishment. And the interview of the owner of Meta Corporation that has been recognized as extremist, Mark Zuckerberg. It's a proof of that, not just a testimony, but a proof. Why did he tell that in an interview? Those revelations for everyone, special services, state, politicians. He just trying to shift the blame and to play along with the new narratives, to swear allegiance to those he criticized all those years, whom he considered as a target for attack, harassment, what has been paid to him, commands have been made to him, orders, just used to be a target for him. So the American Special Services, the CIA, they can read the WhatsApp users' messages. At first there was a hysteria in America. They denied all that. Now Zuckerberg admitted that the ciphering does not save anyone from the interference of the American Special Services. And he said that it's not his company and not himself who are to blame, but the American Special Services are to blame. As they put pressure on the platforms, his platforms, where the potential side effects of COVID vaccines were discussed. So when people wanted to know the truth, what the American government was about to inject, they blocked that information. And he admitted that censorship in the US started after the presidential elections of 2016 and Great Britain leaving the European Union. So it was well before COVID, well before the pandemics, when the American authorities started censorship of their platforms. Just censorship in social media connected with the issues of politics, ideology. During the pandemics, this practice has just become comprehensive, and the Biden administration started to request to delete the memes in social media that were abandoned during the Biden presidency. So that's what they have done. Just timid attempts to abandon such requests just were stopped immediately, as Biden publicly accused misinformation and social media on the issue of COVID. And the company just understood everything and started to correct its mistakes, obviously correct Biden's mistakes. So who was to blame? The Russians, of course. It's on all occasions. Before the pandemics, during the pandemics, and after that, Russia was blamed that through its trolls, technological possibilities, it was meddling in the social media, interfering in someone else's life. And so what Zuckerberg mentioned, it's just the smallest part of what is happening in the The Americans themselves, the American digital platforms were very enthusiastic in their interaction with the special services. The role of Facebook and Twitter in organizing the color revolutions is just a major role. And many revolutions, they were just called social media revolutions, Twitter revolutions. So just spreading fakes about alleged Russian interference in American elections, the so-called Russiagate. It was just an invention, a political command from the beginning to the end. So I have mentioned that we will know the truth, and we now know that. It's just a truth that cannot be denied. It's expressed by the participants in those events. Those who received those orders implemented them and maybe together developed them. Now everyone is aware of that. We have on multiple occasions mentioned that the American IT platforms that they observe the political interests of the US, not the people of the US. It's very important. But before that, we said that it's independent corporations, and Russia is meddling into their work. They serve the narrow groups, financial groups, special services of the United States. Those IT platforms, IT giants, are just an instrument of the expansionist policy of Washington and American special services, who have direct access to the content on those platforms and personal messages of the users, and they take advantage of those data in order to achieve their personal goals. In 2013, Edward Snowden mentioned the NSA participation in eavesdropping of telephone conversations and electronic messages of billions of people. What threatens Snowden in his own country? You know that very well. What has Russia done for Snowden to be in freedom? It was not our initiative, but it was done at the request. What has been done with our country? Sanctions started, offenses, attacks, measures, countermeasures in economy. And now we're aware Snowden was right, and we were right. We have not forgotten about the discrimination policy adopted by Mark Zuckerberg and the Meta top management with regard to our country, our people. You just remember, in 2022, this digital platform openly called for violence against Russian citizens, Russian servicemen, and in many ways favored attempts to cancel Russia and everything that is Russian. We have not forgotten that. And we remember, we have mentioned it openly. And we remember that Zuckerberg, or his company, they denied that. They used to deny that. Now, fact checkers, also from Ukrainian companies, who have links with right radicals, blatant neo-Nazis, they just threaten to change them to community marks, so the users themselves will decide what is the truth and what is a fake. So you can see on the X platform that this system is easily manipulated and adopted to the Washington narratives. And for telling the truth on Ukraine, citing facts, for example, on staging in Bucha, the Nord Stream acts of sabotage.
You do recall that Facebook deleted a picture with victory banner flying over Reykjavik. Do you think that the situation got better? No, it got worse, They obliterate historical truth in 2019, 2020, and continue to do that today. We do know how Meta and other IT corporations participated in smear campaigns of Washington and its satellites against our country. They fuel this alternative, diluted reality, the meta universe of lie, alternative to common sense and to facts. What about the freedom of speech that allegedly is the cornerstone of the United States, which was the principal framework basis for their statehood? What about the freedom of access to information, fair and open competition of ideas? All these eternal American values proved to be a screen to brainwash public by global establishments. Cynical bans of Russian media the first to fall victim to this hypocrisy were RT and Sputnik, ignoring of terrorist attacks by the Kiev regime against journalists, cleansing of unfavored opinion in digital space. These are just cases in point. All the values declared by American politicians in their lofty addresses turned out to be trampled upon. They burned together with dreams of American taxpayers about a beautiful life in Malibu. This is just a screen, a decoration that has no foundation, no real basis. These interviews that were made public right now, namely the interview with Mark Zuckerberg, the first response that probably this was just something that was made by deepfake technology. This was something that was generated. This cannot be for real, because a year ago, 2 years ago, and for many decades, they've been telling an exactly opposing thing, a totally different thing. But turned out that they were lying. Humanitarian assistance of Russia to a number of global countries, the key multilateral channel to provide assistance to the population of foreign countries is the UN World Food Programme. In Southeast Asia, we've been helping Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar. In 2021, our country made a voluntary contribution, namely 10.3 million USD, to implement a project on sustainable school food program in Cambodia, Laos, and Sri Lanka. The project component is worth 2.8 million USD for Cambodia. In 2022-2024, we provided cutting-edge equipment for canteens, training for personnel. The budget in Laos is 2 million USD. It was focused on supplying a balanced food menu using local products. Besides that, within the World Food Programme, we have been providing direct supplies to Laos PDR. In 2018, it amounted to 1 million USD. In 2024, 2 million USD. We also provided as food for assets swap, namely food vouchers for locals in exchange for urgent building works to rebuild irrigation systems. And in 2023, the World Food Programme met the needs of the Myanmar, and Russia provided 2 million USD. Part of these funds were used to supply vitaminized sunflower seed oil. Late last year, we provided additional 1.2 million USD to Myanmar, and assistance provided to Southeast Asia by Russia is an addition to the aid that we provide bilaterally. a couple of important historical topics. On the 13th of January, the UN headquarters opened an exhibition dedicated to the 81st anniversary of the liberation of Leningrad from fascist siege. The exhibition was prepared by the Russian mission to the UN together with the Presidential National Center of Historical Memory. Over 15 rollovers of the exhibition have many archive materials and documents. They show atrocities of Nazis against the citizens of Leningrad. The materials were prepared based on the decision of St. Petersburg City Court. The ruling was that the Nazis and their henchmen committed a genocide of the Soviet people. According to the Prosecutor General's office, the overall number of victims of this tragedy were at least 1 million persons, and the damage done to the city exceeded 35 trillion rubles, equivalent to modern Russian rubles. The siege lasted for 872 days. It ended on the 27th of January 1944, and it was qualified as a genocide of the Soviet people. This is a court ruling that should not be revisited. That is the basis of historical truth on the Great Patriotic War, the deliberate elimination of people by famine. The exhibition is unique because, as it was developed, a focus was made on the essence, the memorial sites. They are reflected on 15 roll-ups, and they are shown on the ascendant. The crimes against children, bombings, famine, destruction of cultural heritage, and in conclusion we see the merciless but concise conclusion: the siege of Leningrad is a genocide. We should not forget about these crimes. Today it is equally important to continue identifying Nazi criminals and their victims, and we should do it till the end. This is not just about the memory, but about historical justice with regard to victims. This effort has not stopped at the Nuremberg trial. A number of Russian regional courts continue to establish the facts when atrocious crimes were committed. The documents that were adopted are a follow-up to the decisions, the rulings of the Nuremberg trials, and they describe the actions of Hitler and his henchmen as a genocide of the Soviet people. This event brought together several dozens of people, including foreign diplomatic missions. The exhibition will be accessible till January 17th, and the copies of this exhibition in Russian and English will be exhibited in Moscow and in St. Petersburg. The inauguration is scheduled for January 27th, the day of complete lifting of the siege of Leningrad. And another date, well, we will provide more detailed information, but later on, January 15th, 230th anniversary since the birthday of Alexander Griboyedov. Once again, we will publish more detailed information a little bit later. On January 17th, 2025, in a day, we will celebrate 80 years since the landmark day when units of the Red Army, the liberating army, entered the capital of Poland, Warsaw. During the Vistula Order offensive that made it to the Art of War textbooks, the major part of Poland was liberated within 23 days. A major offensive was made, and shoulder to shoulder with our soldiers, this path was made by the soldiers of the Polish army. They had their baptism by fire near Lenina in Mogilevsky region of Belarus. The situation in winter 1945 was showcased in documents. The fighters and commanders of the Red Army, together with locals, rejoiced at the ousting of occupants. They sympathized with the victims of Nazi terror. The liberation of Warsaw became an event that was an emblem of revival of Polish statehood. With the support of the Soviet Union, the people of our countries, in the spirit of friendship and mutual respect, rebuilt the country. No matter how modern politicians not like it, the revival of the modern Republic of Poland as a national state within the existing borders was made possible thanks to the liberation by the Red Army in 1945. Without that, there will be no Polish state. Today, these sacred memories are marred by the rewriting of history, this oblivion policy, where the officials in Poland has reached the bottom of cynicism. They dismantle the monuments to Soviet liberators, desecrate their burial sites, twist and turn history. They accuse the Soviet Union in starting World War II. They don't speak about liberation. This is done to abuse the memory about our ancestors, but they will fail. Our duty is to preserve the historical truth of the developments in the 20th century and to do our utmost so that East European states would not slide into the abyss of neo-Nazism or under the example of Maidan, Ukraine. We remember our common pages of history because the history can have a severe punishment for those who do not know its lessons. On January 20th, we mark the 100th anniversary of diplomatic relations between Russia and Japan. We'll publish additional information on our website and media accounts. Another announcement. In the run-up to our briefing, we learned that Madam Mao Nin became a director to the Information Department of the Foreign Ministry of China. She was an official spokeswoman since September 2022. We wish you every success in your new office, and in this regard, we have an announcement. The year 2025 has already started according to classical calendar, but that's not it. A whole set, a host of New Year celebrations are yet to come. From the 28th of January to the 9th of February, Moscow will have a second large-scale celebration of a new Lunar New Year. And these events in Moscow will celebrate the Chinese New Year. The festivities will be a follow-up to the developments and events under the Russia-China Year of Culture in 2024-2025 to celebrate the 75th anniversary of diplomatic relations. A red, colorful, wonderful festival of Chinese New Year in Moscow was organized by the Moscow government with the support of Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Embassy of People's Republic of China in Russia. These events seek to have a rapprochement between Russians and Chinese so that they could learn the customs and traditions of each other. By the way, last year, the citizens of two Chinese cities celebrated the Russian people's holiday, the Shrovetide, the farewell of Russian winter in China. That means that we have these cross-cultural events in China, in Beijing, and in Shanghai. We celebrate Shrovetide and we celebrate the Chinese New Year in Moscow. In many ways, these two events showcase the culture, the diversity of our countries. They tell a lot of things about the history of our countries. An inaugural ceremony will take place in the evening on the 28th of January at the Manezhnya Square. Russian and Chinese artists would perform. There will be trivia, draw games, and workshops. You'll get to know the exquisite Chinese cuisine. The central streets of the city will be decorated in traditional Chinese style. The guests of the festival will have a colorful program that will last for 13 days. Muscovites and guests of Moscow will see performances of Chinese theaters. You will have workshops. For instance, you will learn to make Chinese lanterns and fans. You can play Chinese chess. In special pavilions, you will taste traditional cuisine, from Hong Kong waffles to Beijing duck. You can buy souvenirs as well. There will be dragon dance at the Tverskaya Plaza. People's karaoke will be performing, where you can find traditional Chinese music. There will be the Chinese Tea Lovers Club, which will also have workshops. By the way, a lot of tourists are to come to Moscow, judging by what we've seen last year. By the way, speaking about last year, the event took place for the first time back then, and few understood how it will look like. But it was visited by 700,000 persons. I believe that this year will have a new record. This is a kind of a spectacular announcement that I wanted to make. I have something else for our Chinese friends. I would like to invite you to Moscow to celebrate the Chinese New Year. We look forward to Chinese tourists and would like to meet new friends. An announcement in Chinese.
到莫斯科一起庆祝中国春节。我们欢迎中国游客前来结交新朋友。И вот на этой.
On this joyful note, I would like to get to the Q&A session. International Live. Are you here with us? Hello, Madam Zakharova. In your initial remarks, you talked about statement by Mark Rutte, NATO Secretary General. He threatened the EU countries that they will have to learn Russian if they do not ramp up their defense expenditures. What do you make of it? As you have just pointed out, I've already made a comment. I do not know what is more surprising, lies or nationalism, because it is said not in a positive way. There is something humiliating here. On my turn, I would like to advise the EU and NATO citizens to learn Russian. You can do it for free. You can use the share of GDP. Do as you want. The language is wonderful. There are a lot of fascinating things here. A lot of wonderful things were written in Russian, and it has become part and parcel of world classical literature. This is one of the official 6 languages of the UN. There is no reason not to learn it. People who live thousands of kilometers away from the European continent, from other parts of the globe, start learning Russian to understand our culture, our identity, to understand something that has become common civilizational masterpieces. How come that those who live close to Russia not learn Russian? I'm talking about European citizens. Our cultures are interconnected. Western culture has a lot of features in our architecture. You look at the Kremlin, you are reminded of Milan. At the same time, You cannot talk about European culture without the music of Tchaikovsky and the Russian ballet. Maybe Ruta is like a broken clock. It's been working, but it's not been working, but it shows a right time twice in a day. You should learn Russian, but not out of fear, but to enrich your mind, because it's a beautiful language, because the prominent people of our globe at various points in time spoke it and made historical discoveries using this language. They wrote masterpieces in literature, in poetry, and once again, let me repeat it, these are parts of the world heritage. Do you learn Russian? And we'll help you. We have a lot of online courses. Rossотрудничество has been working in this regard. There are ways to have remote learning. We're open, and we look forward to helping you.
Now regarding those sick threats by Mark Rutte. You know, it's not an accident. You just need to instigate the EU citizens, NATO countries for anti-Russia mobilization. They have already received a signal from the United States, and now the burden of the Ukrainian conflict needs to be borne by the Western Europe. They just need to concentrate with the understanding of the results in their own economies. Now they will have to deal with what has been done by Anglo-Saxons. Western Europe will have to deal with what has been done in Ukraine. Now it's just another tale of alleged expansion of Russia, threats and so on. So let us remind history to Rutte and to all those similar ideologies. Expansion has always been from the West to Russia. Napoleonic Wars that covered our country, and not only our country. Those were just set expression, Napoleonic plans. He also was in Africa. His intentions were to conquer the planet. The 20th century world wars, Hitler, the threat was from the West. And just remember how Russia threatened Western Europe. I do not remember that. Do you have such practical examples? We only protected ourselves and sent them home. If Rutte is mentioning that, their plans, just let them not forget how we can make them leave. It's time for NATO members, those ideologies, to understand their realities from empty words. Economic, ideological collapse, that's the real situation. Ideological separation within their countries, within their alliance. They has no, the number of crises on the planet has not decreased because of their leadership. This unfounded Russophobic rhetoric, but we just do not provide any causes for that. They just need to understand the real situation. I'm not calling to their reason, to their pragmatics, just rationalism. Let them concentrate on that. Allow me, please, one more question. On the 12th of January, in the West in Delhi program, there were comments on the Zengizur corridor, and there was quite a tough reaction, unpleased statements in the Armenian media. How can you comment on this reaction? This reaction is actually appalling because it's about the statements by journalists. And Yerevan has repeatedly made statements about the freedom of speech, and the current Armenian leadership has made it its imperative. It's first thing. Secondly, our official point of view, the policy position of the state is well known to Yerevan. We have expressed it during our briefings. We support the unblocking of all the transport and economical connections in South Caucasus based on trilateral agreements of 2020-2022, namely the agreements between the leaders of Russia, Azerbaijan and Armenia of the 9th of November 2020 and 11th of January 2021. Let me once again repeat this position. All the economical and transport links in the region are unblocked. The Republic of Armenia guarantees transport connection between western regions of Azerbaijan and Nakhichevan Autonomous Republic. It is controlled by the border services of Russia, and the parties can agree on constructing new transport communications that would link the Nakhichevan Autonomous Republic with the western reaches of Azerbaijan. So that's the position that has been voiced within the framework of the trilateral working group co-chaired by the deputy prime ministers of Azerbaijan, Armenia and Russia. We have done a lot to restore the railway connection between Azerbaijan and Armenia. They have no, within the trilateral working group, it has not been mentioned. Extraterritorial corridors in Armenia have not been mentioned, and it will contribute to further social and economic development of the region, and we reaffirm our commitment to cooperate with Armenian and Azerbaijani partners in resolving this issue. One more question, it's historical. It has been 80 years since the entry into force of the UN Charter, and the Soviet Union played a great role in that. How could you estimate the role of this organization in ensuring the security of Russia in post-war period? I think Sergei Lavrov answered that question in detail during his press conference just 2 days ago, but I think we will publish additional commentary and publish it on our website, and we will pass it to you as well. We move on. Is Zveste with us? Hello, yes. Madam Zakharova, I would like to come back to the issue of attacks against the Turkish Stream pipeline. What were the goals of the Kiev regime? Was it an attempt to exert pressure by stopping this transit? Maybe this attack could be agreed with Washington. Actually, today I have made statements regarding this attack. They are doing their best to stop the shipment of reasonably priced and quality gas to Europe, and to free the market for American liquefied natural gas. It's just one more event in this chain of this collective action by Washington and Kiev for many years. The terror attack on compressor station We mean the Turkish stream in Krasnodar region. The attack was carried out on the 11th of January, and there is proof that it has been done at the command of Washington. They do not need Russian gas in Europe, and they will destroy civilian infrastructure that supplies Russian gas to European consumers, and they will put obstacles, all possible obstacles to energy cooperation. Proof that it has been done at the command of Washington. They do not need Russian gas in Europe, and they will destroy civilian infrastructure that supplies Russian gas to European consumers, and they will put obstacles, all possible obstacles to energy cooperation. The countries implementing such illegitimate quasi achievements in technological sphere, fair social protection. It will be connected with introducing those new technologies and artificial intelligence.
And once these artificial barriers are set in place to curb the spread of goods and technologies, then there is the segregation between those who should develop forever and those who will claim a status of developed countries, even in new technological conditions. Indeed, we see that a number of states, including the US, seek to use their technological dominance to ensure their global political dominance. Technological monopolies have an extremely negative impact on the international development and the use of AI to address existing global issues. We urge countries to take these factors into account as they develop their policy in digital economy and trade. Thank you. I have the second question. On January 10th, the U.S. imposed a new package of sanctions against Russian oil sector, 183 tankers, as well as several facilities. The Biden administration claimed that this is the most considerable set of sanctions against Russian energy sector. What do you make of it, and what impact will they have on international energy market? You know, all aspects of your question are reflected in the press release of the Foreign Ministry that was made on January 11th. It is published on our website. Reuters, are you here with us? Hello, Madam Zakharova. We're here with you. We have a question following press conference of Minister Lavrov. Namely, he said that Russia is ready to discuss security guarantees in the Eurasian context. Here's the question. What are other guarantees that would be acceptable for Russia except for NATO, Ukraine not joining NATO? What do you want to get? We can spend eternity talking about this issue. We are theorizing, but probably these are guarantees that stem from the international law that should be an imperative for everyone. It is enshrined in the UN Charter and the decisions of the relevant UN bodies. If we talk about theory, if we talk about practical aspects, you have mentioned the situation around Ukraine, NATO expansion, endless aggressive narrative and actions, the hybrid war against our country, endless use of economic toolbox as a part of a hybrid war. This is just a part of a practical discussion. Hence, probably we won't even have several hours, and we would not even have it enough to have a detailed discussion. But I believe that Minister Lavrov spoke about that in detail during his presser, but I will do it in addition. I will formulate my response and I will provide it to you in addition. News.ru. Hello, Madam Zakharova. News.ru, Pavel Vorobyov. We have one question today. In 2018, our President Vladimir Putin, at negotiations with Macron, proposed to the EU Russian security guarantees in exchange for American guarantees. Not so long ago, the member of Danish Parliament proposed that Denmark should ask assistance from Moscow in this high-profile case of Greenland, because the newly elected President Trump did not rule out that there could be a military solution to this issue. In your view, could, in theory, hypothetically, Moscow provide security guarantees to Denmark if US attempts to invade Greenland? I believe you have quoted the member of the Danish Parliament. Yes, I did. I have seen that he refuted this. I don't know whether it was a fake news or, well, he just disavowed this. As for the crux of the matter, the right of Greenland to self-determination is guaranteed by the UN Charter. It is recognized and registered in Denmark at the legislative level, and probably the fate should be decided by the locals, by the citizens of Greenland, without foreign interference. The leadership of the island and representatives of Greenland parties keep on saying that Greenland is not for sale, and such kind of language is unacceptable for them. They believe that a priority is to establish an independent state. As for the statements on the purchasing, selling of Greenland, they see it as some kind of a disrespect, gross disrespect to the people of Greenland and its aspiration to genuine independence, or as an interference into the expression of will of people. Basically, these are the same things. It is noteworthy that, indeed, that is surprising that the officials in Copenhagen is quite reserved in responding to the statements that they hear from President-elect. Why does this come as a surprise to me? Because, among other things, officials in Denmark used these terms of Russian threat to Western Europe, Russian threat to European security, the Russian threat to Denmark. Russia didn't say anything of this kind. It hasn't been doing anything of that kind with regard to Denmark or anybody else who is of concern to Denmark. At the same time, there are direct quotes, statements that were made time and again from another state, from people, political officials that will soon become official authorities. They indeed are a threat to Danish integrity, its sovereignty and legislation. At the same time, we have this cute reaction, oh, come on, it's not that we're that happy about that, but we cannot say that we are not happy with that. How come? What does it tell us? Well, it tells us a thing or two about who rules Denmark. How can they
своего суверенитета. Так,
Хорошо,
Москалева,
спасибо
один
вам.
вопрос. Да, теперь, пожалуйста.
France Press, are you here with us? Hello, Madam Zakharova. I can't see you, but I can hear you. Maybe it's for the best, for the better. Foreign Minister of Australia, Penny Wong, said on Tuesday that Australia was concerned about the fate of an Australian national, Oscar Jenkins. He participated in hostilities on the part of the Ukrainian armed forces. In December 2024, he was detained. According to reports, he died in captivity. If I get it right, on December 25th, you confirmed that Australia sent a request regarding Oscar Jenkins. Do you know anything about that? You were right. We commented on this fact on December 25th. To clarify all the details, I believe you should request the Defense Ministry of our country. But overall, let me say that the request of Foreign Minister of Australia, Penny Wong, that she's concerned about the fate of its nationals. This has nothing to do with reality. They don't care about their nationals because had they been truly concerned about the fate of its population, they would have done its utmost so that the population of Australia is not recruited to the ranks of the Ukrainian armed forces. However, Australia made a U-turn, and it made a green light, gave a green light to the recruitment of Australians to the Ukrainian armed forces. Indeed, this issue is raised, is retold in Australian media outlets. However, for all these years, we've been saying that there's the recruitment going on via Ukrainian embassies. We said that it is unacceptable from any viewpoint, not in accordance with the Vienna Convention, not in accordance with the common sense. We turned your attention to that. We voiced our concerns, and currently the Australian government recklessly has been supporting the Ukrainian terrorist regime. I believe that it is hypocritical for them to claim that they are concerned about the fate of their nationals. But as for the specifics, you should ask a question to the Russian MOD. Should we have any new details, we will share it with you. You see, I'd like to say another thing. And by the way, it is equally applicable to Australia and others because they did their utmost to thwart a normal dialogue via diplomatic channels with Russia. There are different diplomatic channels, but they have done their utmost to engage in manipulations that they don't need for sure. This was imposed by Washington as well as the Western community. There's a normal communication via diplomatic channels. There's an embassy operating in Moscow, and it's not that they can, but they should raise all the issues that they have to the host country. They should address it via their embassy. They should not rush from one mic to another in order to try to resolve something in this hushed and hurried way. I know why you are interested in this topic. You have the right to do that. You are entitled to do that. But there are diplomats, Australian diplomats, working in Russia, and they should perform their diplomatic functions. Hence, officials in Canberra should treat Russian diplomats the same way. They should provide all the chances, all the opportunities to work for them, or not block their work. Hence, there will be less problems. Moscow Post. Hello, we have 3 questions today. First, this year marks 50 years of the OSCE. 80 years ago, the UN Charter came into effect once the Soviet Union provided its letters of ratification. What's your take on the security guarantees to Russia after the World War? Once again, what organizations are we talking about? The UN Charter came into effect 80 years ago in October 1945, when the Soviet Union provided its ratification letter. On the first part of your question regarding the UN Charter, probably you have heard there was a similar question from International Life magazine, and I said that we'll definitely publish a detailed information on that. As for the OSCE, we have repeatedly said that there are two key words in the organization: security and cooperation. There's nothing of this kind on the European continent, neither security nor cooperation. It's not because aliens stole them, but because those who guaranteed the western part of our continent, those who guaranteed their part of the work, they haven't done it. They did the opposite thing. They've been blocking security. They have been exterminating cooperation. Hence, unfortunately, the entity that you've mentioned, the OSCE, has not presented itself as a guarantor. It has failed to prevent this atrocious negative scenario, namely the Ukrainian crisis. On top of that, it's been developing on the ascendant for many years, and for many years the Russian delegation, the Russian representatives in Vienna, at the UN, at the OSCE platform, in various institutions of this entity, at various platforms in various formats, have been talking about that. They try to prevent it. They try to make use of the OSCE institutions. Unfortunately, the OSCE institutions have failed to show their worth here. They have discredited themselves. You have seen the fate of the OSCE mission and OSCE observers. They have been doing everything except for real monitoring. Real data has not been provided. Unfortunately, reportedly, they have been working in the interest of Western security services or the Kiev regime. They have done everything. As for cooperation, you have seen that the whole cooperation, the overwhelming majority of projects starting from energy, logistics, aviation, till trade and humanitarian aspect of cooperation, it has all been blocked by the West. They have been blocking the work of the OSCE as well. Whether after 50 years of existence, whether the OSCE will be relevant, that's a big question. Minister Lavrov raised this at the OSCE Foreign Ministers meeting in Valletta. In his address, he provided exhaustive assessments of the work of the organization. Thank you. Next question. Kyrgyz national participated in a special operation. He received a citizenship, but he was charged in Kyrgyzia. These charges are still in effect. Who can resolve this issue, given that Kyrgyzstan is part of the CSTO and the Eurasian Economic Union? It is definitely not within the purview of the Foreign Ministry. This is a question that should be raised to those who deal with such kind of collisions, legal collisions. You should direct your question to them. I would ask this to our legal experts, but still I think that this is not a question that should be directed to the Foreign Ministry. Third question. Russian businessmen in Sri Lanka are concerned about the fact that the visa regime has been harshened. They also initiated checks of Russian companies. How would you comment on that? Since late 2024, legal law enforcers in Sri Lanka provide a number of measures to ensure that the law is abided by foreign nationals in line with the local migration law.
There are checks for certain individuals, their companies, and whether they're legal, this is checked. Among the entrepreneurs in Sri Lanka that are checked, it includes representatives of at least 3 countries. So all those rumors that it's only with regard to companies of Russian citizens, those are not confirmed. It's for citizens of different countries. So according to our embassy in Colombo, all the checks are legal, strictly legal, and there have been no statements about violation of rights of our entrepreneurs. If you have such statements, send them to us, and we will pass them to our embassy. We think that this campaign is an internal matter of Sri Lanka, and it does not influence our friendly relations between our 2 countries. But if there are some cases you have received requests of Russian citizens as journalists who are not aware of that, send them to us and we will pass them on to our diplomats. Thank you very much. Thank you. Is Open TV with us? Yes. Hello, Madam Zakharova. Happy New Year to everyone. As you know, there have recently been attempts to renew the dialogue within the Cyprus settlement, and Russia, as the Security Council permanent member, has always played a leading role in protection of the Cyprus problem, where Turkey is also active. What is the position of Russia on this issue? Those initiatives to renew the negotiation process. I think you have spoke with Minister Lavrov on this issue as well, and he spoke a lot about our position. Moscow has on multiple occasions expressed its commitment to international law in Cyprus regulation. As a member of the Security Council, the country that initiated the mentioned resolutions, and we noted the position of the President of the Republic of Cyprus, Christodoulidis. The position should be developed by the Cypriots themselves, taking into account the concerns of both communities, the Greeks and the Turks. Now, annual consultations take place in the Security Council. UN efforts to maintain peace in Cyprus on the island, and we follow the possible extended meeting on this issue. Thank you, Islanda daughter. Are you with us? Yes, hello. We are here. We have 2 questions. The European Commissioner on EU enlargement expressed hope that in the coming 5 years, several candidates will be able to join the EU, and there will be talks with Ukraine and Moldova. And the Armenian initiative on Euro integration will be considered. How probable do you think is the enlargement of the EU in the recent years, and how do you see the prospects of this organization? But frankly speaking, it's a caricature. We would like to offer the European Union to think about the enlargement to the West. Maybe they will offer again integration to London, to the British people. Why not to think about enlargement and to offer the associated membership to Washington? not only the countries bordering the EU space can become candidates as members and associated partners, they could offer that to the United States of America as an organization where the US could participate. Yes, it sounds like sarcasm, but what is happening with this enlargement is grotesque. I will explain. It's just, you know, the draw adopted by NATO, its expansion to the east, regardless of the result, whether they wish that or not, what the outcome of the referendum would be, the main target is to enlarge. And they do not consider the consequences, regardless of the ruins, further ruins. And the EU enlargement policy has stopped being a natural process, natural development of this organization. And natural economic process, interest, it has become a weapon of those Euro-Atlanticists for dominance in Europe, in the world, I do not know. We see a de facto merging of military tasks of the EU and NATO joining the EU package. It means now not only when they offer to join the EU, it's primarily not about economy, but about military political integration into the Western space. So maybe some mottos remain, some basic points, but lack of visas, but the main task is military and political area. The EU enlargement to the east, it unfavorably underlines those double standards for candidate state. Let us take, for example, Western Balkans. For more than 10 years, those states have been trying to join this association, the European Union. They have done everything those Euro bureaucrats wanted. They even started to jump through fire rings even, I think, in order just to please the official Brussels. And they are also in absolute proximity. Their borders are close. They are inside the European Union. Maybe they could have joined in other integration structures, but they do not have borders with anyone else, or mostly have borders with the EU countries. So for them, it looks like a natural possibility. They are trying to take advantage of that. For more than 10 years, they are following all the instructions in order to follow the highest standards of the European Union, to be in compliance, and we do not see anything. They are just promised the European membership. Because when a country becomes an EU member, it gets, it used to be not only obligations to follow the unified standards, but it gets financial possibilities, improving the economy, standardization, production, manufacturing in according to the EU scheme, but they have financial aid for that. And not only follow the instructions, but it used to be equally participates in resolving the issues of the EU agenda. And that is why they are not accepted. They must have questions. And they do not wish to provide rights to those countries. Obligations, yes, but they do not want to grant them those rights. So it's just accession, maybe some accession process, some accession transit of Ukraine looks like a political order. for those Western Balkans, and it's contrary to the basic principles of the European Union. What are those criteria, basic criteria? The European Union ignores, completely turns a blind eye to the destroyed economy of Ukraine. It's okay, they say. This widespread corruption, the situation with the human rights that is flagrant violations, and the Russian-speaking population and the Ukrainian population, Ukrainian-speaking population. Is the humanitarian situation better? People are tied to a pillar and taken out of their houses. It's just scary to say what is happening there. And that progress, so many criteria, freedom of speech, freedom of thought, religious freedom. What freedom are you talking about in Ukraine? They just took away the church and illegally rewrote it, making it illegal within the logics, no logics, no rule of law. Contrary to any thoughts that are different, total censorship that has begun a very long time ago in Ukraine. Nothing is taken into account. The task has been determined in the political sphere. So it's also concerns Moldova. Those integration aspirations of Moldovan authorities during the recent referendum that has been falsified. Its outcome, it has not been supported by the majority of the population within the country. No one understood how it was conducted, clearing the media space just with those clear political aspirations. And people in majority verbally during polls said that not going to vote in favor. Then there was manipulation with data, and the EU turned a blind eye to that as well. When in Georgia, for example, it follows in detail the electoral process, but in Moldova it was ignored just in order to reach the desired results, and they did not succeed. But this policy, they are repeating that because there is a political order. Of course, the methodology they are using, those imperial, absolutely imperial ideas, you know, in order to enlarge the borders, it's a special story. Candidates targeted by the EU, they receive Western credits, their sovereignty is suppressed. Conflicts are encouraged. Western-centered ideology is imposed. Euro-Atlantic neoliberal values are imposed in quotation marks because now they just deny their own values. In recent years, they have been requesting from candidates to be Russophobic, anti-Russian stance. It's presented as the best thing for the third countries, and it turns out to be a method of pressure and manipulation of political process and public attitudes. The membership candidates need to obey and to accept the rules-based order where the rules are changed by Washington on the basis of their political, economic priorities. So everyone many people understand the grotesque nature of this situation. Just excuse me, so many details, but there are many things to talk about here. Thank you very much for your reply. One more question. On the 7th of January, Trump mentioned that Greenland should become part of the US, and he also offered Canada to join the US. Those statements can be analyzed only after Trump inauguration because it has not happened yet. So will there be any reaction if the US follow some military scenario and aggression with regard to those countries? So I hope that Ukraine will not cede its place to those countries easily, because it's just not the statements of some political figure. We're talking globally, and those principal assessments made by Minister Lavrov during his press conference, our attitude towards the international law. It's just not selective. It's not some dinner table where someone who is strong could move someone else and just take whatever he wants, and other things not to commit to them, not to follow them. International law is just not some rule of someone who is strong, but it's a number of collection of rules of freedoms enshrined in the relevant instruments, mainly the UN Charter, that gives possibility to the countries to exist without crisis, new conflicts and crises. It's just not some blessing, but nothing better has been invented for now. After the Second World War, that attempt to create a unique system of interaction of states to resolve the contradictions without force and to act within the framework of some unified system of values. There are the relevant UN Charter articles, but it's the reply to your question. We not only commit to that, but we are talking about the refusal to follow the internationally recognized system would lead to catastrophic conflicts. Someone would like to join Greenland, someone would like to sell Patagonia and so on, but the process will begin in the world, and the harmony will be impossible to reach. It will be absolute chaos, impossibility to rule, to govern. It has been 2 wars cited today, Napoleonic War wars, World Wars. Now the situation is even more scary because there are nuclear weapons, dirty bombs, chemical, biological weapons. We do not know what is more scary. And we have seen it has been immense speed of virus spreading on Earth, deadly viruses. Despite our hopes, with less speed, there have been medicines, and international law is as a unified system that allows to exist without world wars and global chaos. That's the reply what we want. It's our system of values.
Do you remember the hashtag proposed by Minister Lavrov during his address at the UN General Assembly? Our rule is the UN Charter. This is the reply to these questions. Thank you. Thank you for your question. Baku TV, are you here with us? Hello, we are here with you, Madam Zakharova. We have two questions today. The first one. In the first days of 2025, we got reports that there would be an extension of for 2 years of the EU mission in Azerbaijani-Armenian border. What's your take on that? You know quite well about the negative attitude we have towards the EU mission in Armenia, and we have regularly commented on the confrontation nature of the semi-military presence of the EU in the Armenian territory. Anti-Azeri, anti-Russian, anti-Iranian points of this mission are clear. And NATO members also engage in this mission. Clearly, that is a geopolitical project to build up a collective West presence in the region. And we know the goals behind this mission of the West to destabilize the situation and to use it against the countries and the peoples of the region. Once again, there is nothing but destabilization of this political situation, turning South Caucasus into the arena of geopolitical confrontation. We should not expect nothing more out of it. Unfortunately, we see continued shelling on the border. Observers flee the territories that are dangerous. The EU mission is somewhat alien to South Caucasus, and we are positive that all topical issues for the people of South Caucasus should be resolved by collective efforts without foreign meddling. I want to ask a question. If the EU mission is stubbornly, and that is something that is claimed by Brussels, if it seeks to ensure regional stability and building trust between Armenia and Azerbaijan, how come that the decision to extend its mandate back at the time and the decision to deploy it was made behind the back of Baku? Why don't they take into account the opinion of a regional player, not a side observer, but a country of the region that is sincerely interested in stability? We have been repeatedly talking about the spy nature of EU observers. They service not the interests of the regional countries, far from it. They do not act to ensure security of these countries. They ensure the interests of the West and collective groupings of the West. It is obvious that Armenia, just like other countries of South Caucasus, does not care about the EU mission. We understand that the people of Armenia is not an interest of the EU at all. How to use the situation is one thing. It is something of interest to the EU. How to turn another country into its tool, that is something that is beneficial to them as well. How to fish in muddy waters, that is something that they know how to do. As for the help, you can help economy-wise, financially, humanitarian-wise, but for some reason they do not do that. Thank you. And the second question, as we know, upon the initiative of Russia on December 28th, a telephone call took place between heads of our state, and Vladimir Putin expressed his condolences over the downing of Azov aircraft. The same day there was a telephone conversation between Foreign Minister Lavrov and the Foreign Minister of Azerbaijan. How does the Foreign Ministry work in this regard? We know that on 13th of January there was an information on some fake letter from Lavrov to Bayramov. What is the document and who is behind the spreading of this document? You have rightly pointed out that we have an active contact at all levels with regard to this tragedy. It is a tragedy for both our country and Azerbaijan. There were citizens of other countries as well. The presidents had two telephone conversations on the 28th and 29th of December. Foreign ministers talked as well. It is essential that investigative authorities have been closely cooperating, as Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has noted on January 14th at the press conference. Currently, we are analyzing the circumstances of these developments, taking into account all factors. Yesterday, the investigative committee of Russia made a detailed statement on the ongoing investigation as part of the criminal case, and it highlighted new points that will be taken into account given the contact of air traffic authorities, air traffic operators. I would not retell the statement by the investigative committee. I believe that you know about it. We all seek truth. It's not that I'm hopeful. I know that the citizens, every citizen of Azerbaijan, not just those who became part of this tragedy because they lost their loved ones, but every citizen of Azerbaijan wants to know the truth. And I can say that Russia equally wants to know the truth, and we should do everything, as was stated by the presidents of our countries and by the foreign ministers, in order to join hands to find this truth. You have rightly pointed out that we see ministers in order to join hands to find this truth. You have rightly pointed out that we see ministers in order to join hands to find this truth. You have rightly pointed out that we see ministers in order to join hands to find this truth. You have rightly pointed out that we see Persecution is carried out against orthodoxy. Some kind of a destructive activity has been happening against global orthodoxy. There is no ifs or buts about that.
Православные
And representatives of Orthodox structures mention that, talk about that of representatives of churches and Orthodox believers in a whole number of countries that are under colossal oppression. And we reckon that the relevant materials are published. By the way, I think about to be published. It is ready and it's just arranged for final publication on oppressions against the Russian Orthodox Church in Ukraine. It's the second report. The first one was issued, as you remember, a little bit more than half a year ago. I think it was back in summer 2024, and now it will be the second report with concrete numbers, concrete data, statistics, facts, links, and so on. Thank you very much. Thank you. Is Big Asia channel with us? Yes, hello. Hello, Madam Zakharova. In Fernandez, Big Asia channel. We have one question. On the 1st of January, the strategic partnership agreement between the EU and Japan entered into force. How does the Russian Foreign Ministry estimate its influence for national interests of Russia and ensuring security in Asia-Pacific region? We closely follow the links of official Tokyo with NATO countries, EU countries, because Japan is part of collective West, as Minister Lavrov mentioned during his press conference, and solidarifies completely with his strategy. We are concerned because this strategy is anti-Russian. We have an increase of Japanese military naval activity. It's a failure attempt to policy to militarize not only for themselves, their countries, Western Europe, but for the US and NATO. Brussels supports the American efforts to counter the inclusive architecture of cooperation that has been created for decades in Asia-Pacific region. Against the backdrop of the situation that is becoming even more complicated, there are consistent attempts to infiltrate into regional formats in defense and even now to Ukrainize the regional agenda, to introduce confrontational anti-Russian and now anti-Chinese rhetoric. This agreement is within this policy. Those ideas about interconnection of security in Europe and Asia-Pacific region is a pretext to spread its military influence in the region and oppose its geopolitical